are you feeling?
Smell the scent of your youth, fragrant in the breeze. Sitting in your bed,
We're here to help.
all alone you wait to hear the sound of a door once locked now opening. Every time your frozen memories come to thaw, bit by bit melts away till there's nothing at all. Even when they're gone, you hold.
Need something? The situation is...
Don't forget. Buying something? Make sure you get...
Okay, so so this game is long, and hopefully I'll be able to finish it
Another day
tomorrow.
together.
Tomorrow. If not, if I don't get it done by the 24th before Resident Evil here, I'll have to put this on hiatus. It's worth its price. Like if you're trying to buy the game itself without any attachments to PlayStation Plus or anything, but just the game itself, it's worth its value price if it's below $40. It's long, and the enemies are difficult. The bosses are very difficult as well. Very difficult. They're equally as hard as Souls bosses. In fact, there are about 3 of them that are on the same par as difficult as Souls bosses. Like, even with an assistant AI to help you out, you get your ass handed to you more than 30 times to a boss. More than 40 or 50 times, to be honest with you. So that's what happened to me yesterday, and I decided to continue it today. And I finally beat them. And the boss was called Cannoneer or Gun Cannon something Cannon the Cannon guy, and the other one was uh, a berserk blade, blade bearer, and the cannoneer. That was the name of the duo, boss duo. Because as I proceed further into the story, I get to find out exactly what's going on behind the scenes, and I'm now going towards the person responsible for all the chaos that's been going on, and he works for someone else. So I'm almost getting to the top guys in the game. So I'm almost there. So this guy I'm about to fight, if I beat him, is one out of the 3 top guys in the story. So I still have 5 more enemies, 5 more bosses to beat in this game. 5. Had no idea it was going to be as long as Dark Souls. Even if you cut off the anime stuff from it, remove the anime, the world and the lore itself is like a Dark Souls world. The anime just makes it, more fluffy. And not exactly like. But yeah, it's pretty rough. Pretty rough. If you don't understand the mechanics of how the AI operates, how the algorithm for execution of abilities or coding to make sure a bot does its job and interact the way it's supposed to do in mission when it's fighting a real person, then you'll always die a lot. So that was my situation yesterday. I just had to figure out the groove, and once I figured it out, I was finally able to beat this duo after like 50 tries. So yeah, maybe it was more than that, but I know it wasn't more than 60 or stuff. But I know it was more than 50 tries. It was a pain in the ass, and I didn't do any cheesing and any of that stuff. Like, I wanted to see how it would be like to fight this guy. So moving on from that, I'm going to go deeper into the story, and I'm getting closer towards the end, and hopefully before Resident Evil 4 remake comes out this week on the 24th, be able to finish this up. I had no idea I was going to be playing this for this long. Like, it's a very addictive game. That means it's very good as well. So it's a game that belongs in like the high, not 8 territories, low 9s territory. Someone put it like the mid 8s, low 8s, like they don't know what they're talking about. This is a very addictive game.
You aren't too hard to work with.
Yeah, so this was the room I fought yesterday, the boss yesterday. Took me like 50, maybe more tries just to beat this one duo, boss duo. And I thought the game was like medium difficulty up until I fought these 2 characters. Yeah, so I would say once you get to the halfway point in this game, the scaling of bosses started to, well, they've always been getting difficult, but the scaling of how difficult the enemies starts to get very serious past the halfway point. Especially for the Queen's Knight, that's an indication when it was starting to get very hard. Because after fighting that Queen's Knight with another person, because I couldn't beat him, That's when I realized the game was past the halfway point, was starting to get very hard. So yeah, defeated these two with my AI companion here, and I mean it's amazing. I mean I invited a lot of people to join me to fight this boss, and they all get killed simply because you have to understand the mechanics of these duo, and how you beat them is simple. You have to have resistance on.
Make
You have
sure
to
you're good and
have
set before we go.
you have to have specifically one or two resistance on. Specifically, I would say have the Dark Knight outfit on after you beat the Dark Knight. Um, Use his blood code, and then in his blood code specifically states that he's able to, under this code right here, flame protection, is able to protect him from flames or from any type of flame attacks. So that's in his blood code, and that was important for this battle. Um, Very significant for this battle to be able to protect from fire, and I would say half by 20, cut down the fire by 25%. Because one of the enemies used nothing but fire, and while the other enemies use nothing but ice. So it was a duo, a fire and an ice duo. So all I needed to do was to wear an outfit that would protect me against fire, and made sure I had on Dark Knight to also protect me from fire, because the ice wasn't something that was something I was worried about as much, because in my quick menus I had what it says right here at the bottom, the auto menu, antifreeze toxin. So once I put on antifreeze toxin, all I had to do was then equipped the Dark Knight for more fire protection. Because the bitch of it is, while you're fighting the guy that's in, like, the female brawler that's using ice attacks, the fire guy's just shooting out cannons. You know, he's called a cannoneer. He's just shooting out cannonballs of nothing but fires at you while you're fighting this person. So it's not easy trying to fight someone who's running around like a jackrabbit. Literally, she was running around like a jackrabbit, all while dodging another dude who's just shooting cannonballs at you the whole damn time. It was annoying as hell. But not just cannonballs, he was like making fire, like earthquakes and stuff, and like it was ridiculous. So what I did is I picked this outfit, and I made sure I checked the stats, and I made sure that above everything else, after I had transformed it, I made it a fire outfit. And I made sure I gave it a 92% fire resistance, because what was killing me most in the combat, and will do the same thing for many people, would be the fire guy. Because while you're focusing on trying to kill the ice guy, the fire guy is screwing you over by just throwing fireballs all the way around you while you're trying to kill this other dude. So yeah. But the Nightthorn outfit is pretty good. Elemental outfit is pretty good all around. Because as the base, Nightthorn I believe is like 40 fire, and its ice is 51, and its lightning is 41. So all I did was up his fire more, and ice will already cut down half of the enemy's ice attack anyway. Plus I put additional ice resistance on during the battle. So yeah, that's how you fight that duo in this room. Make sure you have elemental ice and fire on, which is the most important factor, because you're going to get killed by the elements, not so much by the physical attacks from their melee weapons or the cannonballs. That's not what you're going to get. You're not going to get killed by the bullets or by the melee weapons. You're going to get killed by the AoE from the ice and the AoE from the fire. Once that was done, I already knew what I had to do. Separate both of them from each other. separate the ice guy from the fire guy, and made sure I get off at least two hits. So the ice woman, she runs around like a jackrabbit. So every time she does something, you have to chase after her, and charge after her, and do a spin attack on her, or do a charge forward and hit her. That will stun her to allow her not to move the first time, which allows you to put in at least a second hit before she moves again. So that's how I was able to defeat her, by doing a crush attack, which limits her movement, and once she was stunned by it, I was able to follow up with a second before she backed off. After she was dead, I was able to finally focus on the fire guy. So the whole purpose of this fight was to eliminate the ice woman, because she was like a jumping jackrabbits, and she was always interrupting the fight with the fire guy. Her sole purpose was to kill you as fast as possible. So me and the AI had to make sure we got her out of the picture real fast. So if you're having trouble, if you buy this game and get up to this point, suggestion is to wear an outfit that resists against fire or ice, and then go into the gears, go to the gears woman, and make sure she transforms that fire or that ice outfit into one that has more fire or one that has more ice. And then once you do that, you then purchase inventory items that resist either fire or ice, to add on top of the fact that you're resisting fire and ice based on what your outfit is you're wearing. So if your outfit resists more fire, you would get inventory items as consumable to resist more ice as a backup, because you can't wear both a fire and an ice outfit at the same time, so you have to use your consumables to be like a secondaries. So that's what I did. Once that was done, the fight was significantly 25%, I would say 25% easier than it was before. I was always able to get both these characters to the halfway point, but I was never able to get them past the halfway point. So with outfit wearing fire and the outfit wearing ice, I finally was able to do it. I also was finally able to understand what would benefit me based on that, based on the Dark Knight's powers, which is to block off fire attacks. I had to put that on consistently. So you have to have at least a base of 20 Icors in order to consistently put that back on, because the flame attack is what's going to kill you. A flame with ice. So you have to put both of them on all at the same time. So that's what I did, and I did for most of the battle. And I made sure I also included in the list increased power strength. So I wasn't just touching make sure I have this on at all times. Once it goes off, you have to put it back on for fire protection, and the same thing goes for the ice. I wasn't just making sure I put both these on. I had to make sure I put also increase in power on as well as a secondary to assist as well, to block enemy attacks, is reduction in damage, foul blood barrier. So this is not that great. It actually is not that good, but something that's better than nothing. That's what I did. So with this, I was finally able to do it. Before I knew about this information, it took me about 40 tries. And then with this information, it only took me about 10 times to realize, okay, I got them past the halfway point, all the way down to the 75%, and then I was able to beat them. So now I'll continue the story, and that's that. That's how you cut down the damage from these enemies, from the blade barrier and cannoneer. How you cut down their damage towards you by 25% by putting on fire and ice resistance on your body, either using consumables or outfit at the same time, as well as your perks. So That said, moving on with the story.
We have to avenge all of them, too. And Monster's cruelty ends here.
Stop right there, Mito.
Your persistence is tiring.
So tell me, just what exactly are you after anyway? What do you have to gain in reviving the Queen?
Reviving the Queen?
What's so damn funny?
I've collected enough data already. I have no more use for the Queen.
Then why?
Let me ask you something. Do you ever sit back and wonder why you were created in the first place? Or why revenants have power far beyond that of mere humans?
That's simple. Everyone knows it was to stop the Queen when she frenzied.
Aren't you forgetting something? The day of the Great Collapse. The creatures that caused all that ruin. Both Revenants and the Queen were created to eliminate those horrors. And yet, they are all still incomplete. I wanted to witness Grigorio's monstrous transformation with my own eyes, but sadly it cannot be. Now, allow me to show you the truth of our world. The cage is unlocked.
red mist is fading? We can go out. We can leave! Yes! We're free! We can finally escape this horrible prison! We've been here so long! Ah! What the hell? Damn it, what's going on? What is that thing? No, please! Someone help! Please help me! I'm still alive?
The mist isn't fading? All those relics, and yet somehow he still resists. Stubborn fool. I'll finish you with my own hands. How can you still not understand? You all saw them too! The world outside is overrun with creatures that devour everything in their path. They will be the source of even greater strength for all revenants. Evolution is everything. It is our duty, our very hope as a species. Gregorio didn't see that, the blind fool. So he created the red mist as a cage and sealed away all his research. He was satisfied with merely eliminating the feeble horrors within his pen, and thus foolishly halted the march of progress. But the horrors outside continued to evolve, until finally they transcended revenants and became an existential threat. You fools noticed nothing! Our prison of red mist became a barricade, protecting revenants from the horrors that awaited them beyond its borders. All this time you were being shielded by Gregorio from reaching your true potential. The hypocrisy turns my stomach. But now the time has finally come for us to leave the cradle. Let us all rise and ascend the ladder of evolution together.
You bastard. After all you've done, just how many more lives are you willing to sacrifice?
Enough, Mito! We won't let you do this!
A pity. Those who are too weak to keep up with the speed of progress do not deserve to live.
What swill?
We will stop you. After all they've done for everyone. The successors will not have suffered in vain.
Let's bring it any time. Thanks, man.
me. Dodge this.
Hey.
Okay. Debuffs. So, let's see.
Were we unprepared?
If I could kill him fast, it'll be great. I think speed is what's necessary here, not so much before he does his debuffs.
do my best to help out.
Now for this one, I'm gonna ask for a little backup. Not because he's hard, it's because I've been playing those last bad guys, that last boss for a long time, for like hours, just trying to beat those duo. Him I ain't worried about fighting solo, but that boss. Those two duos were a pain in the ass.
Good. I'll make good use of this. Watch yourself.
Bear witness to the fruit of my research!
Yeah. Yeah, I knew he was going to be easy. Here's the thing, I knew he was going to be easy even
We have recovered something
compared to
valuable.
those two, the previous two I fought. I knew he wasn't going to be difficult. I just don't feel like fighting him. It's been like 4 hours I've been trying to beat those
This
duo.
place is new.
I don't feel like doing it anymore. Yeah, Code Vein has some very hard bosses. That's for damn sure. Anyone who says otherwise, like, no man. If a game is Souls-like, or it's Doom-like, or if it's like Revenant, or have a type of difficulty that's unforgiving, like Resident Evil 2 Remake hardcore mode. If it has a mode or a part of it that's unforgiving, that's like it will always be a good game simply because it have a balance between difficult and easy. The first half of the game was medium. The beginning game was easy, and lean towards the end start to get hard. So it's like it doesn't need modes because it has all of them combined into one. It starts you off easy, then you get to the middle, and then as you go towards the end, you start getting your ass kicked. So yeah, a very hard game. Let's see what else. And I know they put the training wheels on at the beginning because you don't understand. But once you got past the 25% marker, you started to die a lot. I noticed. Even before you got to the halfway point, you started to die a lot. So this is a good game. Okay. So no map here.
Nothing is more important than preparedness.
But there's the twist.
I believe we can climb that.
There's the twist of the game. When you thought it was just an anime game, a Souls-like anime game, or a Nioh type anime game, turns out it's not just a regular apocalypse. It's an apocalypse for vampires, like, and humans. So it's not that the vampires aren't the monsters in this world. There's the twist. The vampires are not the monsters in this world. The revenants, who are basically vampires, immortal, feed on blood for them to survive, are not the monsters in this world. The monsters in this world are the things that are outside the red mist that keeps them inside this huge, huge metropolis of a city, or even a state.
It's pleasant to admire the scenery.
Someone created this mist, a doctor or a scientist created this mist that covers an entire state or a city. I'm not sure how large it is, or an empire, an entire empire, to be honest with you. And it did so like it was an atmospheric mist. And what the mist, however, did is it basically killed everything that was outside of the mist that tried to get inside of the empire. So that was the purpose of the mist, of the blood mist. The mist why the vampires wear the mask. It's not just that it is toxic to them and it will turn them into monsters. No, it was designed to be that way, to turn or to kill the actual threat outside. However, the side effects for it killing, the creatures outside, the horrific, like, giant size beasts and stuff outside, not like the monsters you've been fighting inside of this city. I'm talking about like kaiju type creatures that are outside of this city that would eat anything, revenants or not. in order to protect these people and to revenants to protect themselves. And the queen and her followers developed this, otherwise they would have all died. Unfortunately, by doing so, to keep these creatures from getting into the empire, the mist did affected everyone, and possibly is probably the reason why some of them turned into vampires and why some of them turned into lost. That was the purpose of the mist. It wasn't necessarily was caused by the queen that turned everyone into like bad people, good revenants, bad revenants, and then those turn into like lost souls that cannot return. The purpose of that mist, why everyone wear masks, was simply to keep the even more terrifying revelation out from getting inside and just eating everyone, you know, everything and everyone. Like they're like giant beasts or something. So, or all types of monsters, like not just what you saw in the game. People who turn into lost and turn into creatures or giant creatures due to the mist. Talking about, you know, a sea of nothing but crazed monsters outside
This
of
place is a mess.
the mist, outside of the empire.
Sky. Time is short.
So where I was thinking to myself that the story
I'll be there
wasn't that
soon.
good, this is where I say the story has now gotten good. Like if I had any questions with regards to the story of Code Vein, I would say past its halfway point, the early sections of the game, intro to characters, intro to story, intro to the bad guys, intro to the good guys, their conflicts against each other, and what's going on in this world. None of that stuff was important to me. The combat and fighting was. However, now that I know the reason why they're fighting each other, and why there are factions fighting each other, and why certain people are doing certain kings or their queen, and all this stuff is happening in this world, I now know the reason why. The bigger picture. For some crazed reasons, I don't know how the creatures came to be in this world, but they apparently were from the outside, and they invaded this land, and the Red Mist was created to keep such creatures at bay. However, by trying to keep such creatures at bay, it turned certain people into vampires and lost and stuff. So that's how Code Vein came into being. The code for creating that Red Mist was originally designed to destroy the monsters outside, and to make sure they don't enter into the Empire. Where these creatures came from, what are they? Are they aliens? Are they demons from hell? Nothing is explained. But why revenants exist, like vampires exist, is now explained. You know, they were once human and they became revenants. So it's now explained. You know, they're not from hell or anything like that. It was due to a type of virus meant for killing outside creatures, but the side effects turned people into lost and vampires, or revenant in this case. So that's Code Vein. Pretty damn interesting. And the most interesting thing about it is now you want to know where the hell these creatures came from. How they just came to invade this place, and why did Queen take the steps she does to protect her people and to keep them out. So the whole time you're thinking the Queen is the bad guy, created this virus that turned people into monsters, turned them into revenants. Turns out that's not the case. This red mist flowing from here was designed to protect everyone here. Otherwise, once that red mist is gone, ain't nothing but kaijus coming in. Flying monsters and giant reptiles and giant beasts that look like huge lions with lots of hair, but they're not lions. craziness. So now I'm getting into the story. Before it was just a little emotional stuff between these characters, but now the bigger picture is being shown. They really shouldn't have put it at the past the halfway point to show this stuff. They could have put it at the halfway point, but you know, it's fine where it is. The whole time you're thinking the story was one thing, is something else. So as a standard, I'll do just invite whoever want to join. Now that debuff is now a thing, creatures who I'm going to probably fight moving forward are probably going to do a lot of debuffs. So I have to make sure I prepare for that. So I'll keep this outfit on until such a thing happens. Or not, depending on where. One thing I would take away from the game, I was going to give it points for, say it was going to be in the low 9s, 9.1, 9.1. I have to take 2 points off and keep it in the 8th territory. I keep it at 8.9. I won't go beyond 8.9. Based on, well, the game isn't over yet, and the lore is getting interesting. But for right now, I'll still keep it at the 8.9. I put it up to about 9.1 with regards to new blood codes. Very interesting, very different, and also with regards to the story getting better, improving. But yeah, I will have to take it back down by 2 points simply because I notice this game has one thing that's also similar to Dark Souls. The lock-on is bad. One moment you're locking onto one character, it automatically takes the lock-on off and lock on to another character. So the lock-on is not that good either. It's better than that in Souls game, that's for damn sure, but it's the same thing. The lock-on bad. So that in itself will take it down from the 9 I was about to give it to 8.9. Just that one thing. That's the only thing I've found as a discrepancy when I was fighting those two mofos, the Cannoneer and the Blade Bearer. Sometimes it will lock onto the Cannoneer when I wanted to lock onto the Blade Bearer. It was annoying as hell. That said, I'll move forward if no one's going to join.
We can certainly use this.
Yeah, but the game is still good. If the story turns out to be fantastic going towards the end, I'll probably give it a base 9. And if there's additional New Game Plus as well, which I've heard there is, I'll probably go right back to the 9.1. Yeah, so this game, based on what I'm seeing, this game is a game that's in the 9 territory. A lot of time went into making this game. A lot of effort, a lot of care. They didn't have to put in the whole anime stories as memories. They didn't have to put in the anime either as well, but they chopped it up into sections. So, because enemy memories, you get to view memories of people in the past. That's different from the story itself. They didn't have to do any of that. That's why I say this game is in denied territory. You may not like the story, but you can't deny the effort they put into this game. Yeah, I'll show you an example what I mean. Originally, I thought they only had like 10 levels. And I would say, well, for a $20-$30 game, 10 grid maps, 10 grid sets or grid map locations, and 20 well, I wouldn't say 10 grids, 10 location grids, and a couple of maps within those location grids. That's what I thought, but that's not the case. Turns out there's a whole lot more than 10. So aside from home base, there's Ruin City Underground, the first one. Then there's Ruin City Center, the next huge grid section with different locations or map locations. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 for the first section, another 4 for the next, and so on and so forth. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then there's the dungeon type stuff, which was 13, but it's not really a dungeon. So 13 additional grid tile sets. Well, or not grid tile sets, but grid locations. And 1, 2, 3, 4 for each, with the exception of Cathedral of the Sacred Blood having an additional 4 squeezed into its first 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it squeezed in an additional 4. They made the Cathedral of the Sacred Blood Sacred Blood, very, very long. It was a long section. Very huge cathedral, very long cathedral. So it was like an additional grid. They fused 2 grids into one. And then they went back to this. And then they this. This one has 5. This one has 3. Probably not even finished because it says 57. So there's probably another location. Another mistletoe. I mean, I keep saying mistletoe, but they're called mistles or mistles. So this one probably has 4 or 5. This one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This probably has 4 or 5 as well. Same. Total of 13.
Excuse me.
Map locations so far. Total of 13 map locations so far, aside from home base, that are actually mission oriented. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Now I don't know if there's another one, because if there's another one, that'll make it 14. But originally I thought it was going to be 10. Turns out I was wrong. I thought the game would, based on what it is and how much value it has, it will only do like 10 location grids most. Like most low budget games, they do that. But apparently this wasn't a low budget game, because they did a hell of a lot more than that. Most low budget games, they only do like 6 grid locations with a couple of maps in them. This one, this did the whole shebang, more than 10. So yeah, this is worth the price of admissions. And these aren't small grid locations either. These are all huge locations. This was a tile set, a very big part of. This was an entire city, the uptown to downtown, the west and the east of the city. Then this was an entire like ruined section of another location that was outside of the city or underneath the city. And this was a totally different location that you spawned you to from a totally different area. Same as this. This was like a totally different trenches, like the borders outside of the town or something. And this was also like a cathedral, a large cathedral within the empire that was located near the castle or something like that. And then this was something from the past, I guess from military, from some location somewhere, not within the city, or within the empire, probably on scavenging hunts or something outside of the borders, but not outside of the Red Mist. So apparently this empire is covered by a huge red mist, but the huge red mist is so vast and goes so far, you basically could leave the empire itself and the various different cities within the empire, and they will still be able to go and travel for miles and get to different locations like outposts or forts, and the red mist will still be hovering. It goes on for very long before it actually stops at a certain border. So yeah, all this is within the red mist, but not all of them are within the city. These aren't places in the city. These are places outside borders, outside towns, outside probably the entire empire itself, but not outside of Red Mist. 13.
Shall we go down? I sense a hostile presence ahead. find something good? This is a powerful I was waiting for you. We may need to adopt a new strategy. Heading there now. I believe there's something up ahead. It's a bit cramped, isn't it? It's Sounds are bad news. Let's find cover. Workout. That's better, isn't it? We found something valuable today. Did you find something good?
Hello.
That's the enemy. More could be hiding nearby. Please, take care not to be wounded any further.
In this together.
How shall we proceed? It's wise to
be careful you don't fall.
This place is cramped. I hope we can avoid combat here. This is a bad place to fight. Look at that. It's wise to be prepared. This is a place to be. We can certainly use this. This is a bad place to fight. I must find my successors. Can't move. Look at that. Sorry, I was looking at something. I hope we don't get surrounded here. That's a lot. Such menace. Do you think there's something around? What's hidden in there? That is where the relics are.
So I'm gonna need a lot of more invisible cartridges. Camouflage. You're only allowed to carry about 7 camouflage in total, so I have to be very careful where I use them. See if I can run through as many of the enemies as I possibly can before I get to the next missile. to cancel co-op so I could fast travel. Very long game. Very long game. Very difficult game. But I'm pretty sure I could at least get past the campaign within 4 days. As if I'm consistent and ignore a lot of the story, but not all of it.
I've got a whole new... But seriously? If you want it, I got it. Go out there and give it to him.
Wonder what happened, and I thought I... What do you want to upgrade? Make sure you get back safe. Don't forget... What do you want to upgrade?
Which blood veil do you want to upgrade? Make sure you get back safe.
Stock up. If you want it, I got it. Go out there and give it to him.
Don't forget. Which weapon do you want to transform? What do you want to upgrade? Make sure you...
Stock up. If you want it, I got it. Go out there and give it.
Don't... What do you want to upgrade? Which blood veil do you want to upgrade? Make sure you get back safe.
I'll keep you safe. I will keep watch. See one of the lost. Did you find something good? I hope we don't get surrounded here. This isn't the best place to fight. We have to choose one way or the other. We finished it. This looks difficult. play my part well, we can certainly use this. We found something valuable today. It's a bit cramped, isn't it? We don't know what might be here. Watch your footing. Did you find something good? looks difficult. Are you feeling all right? Lost spotted, a little way ahead. This is a bit claustrophobic. This isn't the best place to fight. This is a powerful foe. How do you like exploring with me? Good morning. I sense a hostile presence in the distance. This is a bad place to fight. It's a bit cramped, isn't it? Such menace. I'm being of some assistance. Did you find something good? This is a powerful foe. We can certainly use this. This is some very rough ground. Watch for hidden foes. I hope we don't get surrounded here. Make sure we're ready. Such menace. What is that? This is a bit scary. Just as I expected. You can't regenerate anymore. Would you like to go back? Did you find something good? Do you suppose that's a radar? It's quite a mess here, isn't it? wise to be prepared. Nothing gets past you, huh?
Great. I got like a piece of health. My support is dead. I got no more invisibles. Well, at least I kill a lot of enemies. I could upgrade at least 3 times, maybe 4. I just know exactly when when exactly I should be invisible. I think I cleared all the enemies here, so I ain't worried about that. I'm not gonna get by that guy. There's no way. Not without an invisible potion. This area is tough. Alright, Code Vein is tough. Code Vein is tough. I didn't think it was going to be this tough, but it's tough. If I go down there, is there going to be like a bonfire or anything? Probably not. Should I risk it or just go back? I ain't gonna risk it. Thank God. So now at least I know where enemies are, where they're going to be showing up, and what exactly I would need in order to go past that area. The entire area is not about killing, it's about stealth. That means I have to have a lot more cores than what I have right now. And I'm only allowed to have like 7 of those camouflage. Which means most of my cores I have to go towards my skills that allow me to be invisible. This is not fun. But this game is pretty difficult. Enemies aren't weaklings. But I could upgrade at least twice. I love the fact that I now discovered the reason why all these dudes are wearing masks. Not just because they're vampires. It's because some crazy scientists decided to create this huge mist that covers like an entire empire. Like a huge red glow. All over the atmosphere. Which eventually turns people into vampires and stuff. Revenants in this game. But the twist is he did that because there are creatures outside of the capital, outside of the empire. It's magnificent. Once you hear the story, at the beginning it was garbage, but then bam, all of a sudden you realize, but like, these people were turned into Revenant by accident, simply cause this dude who did this was trying to keep, I don't know what the hell they are. They're aliens or they were demons from hell. Whatever they were all for getting inside of the city. And that red mist apparently kills them. It's like bug spray. It kills them from even getting inside the city. They try to go through that red mist. They get bug sprayed. Unfortunately, the bug spray turns people into vampires. So the whole time I'm thinking the queen is the evil son of a bitch. Turns out she was actually a good person trying to keep aliens or monstrous aliens or whatever they are from entering into the city. So I'm fighting all type of monsters in here. I'm thinking those monsters are actually the real monsters. Those aren't the real monsters. There's some real monsters in the game that are outside of the city, outside of the entire damn game, like beyond the borders. It's fascinating. I'm thinking I'm fighting huge ass monsters and crazy creatures and all these different weirdo vampire dudes that's morphed and everything. Turns out they're like just deformed creatures. Like the real creatures are the ones that are outside the boundaries of this huge mist covering the entire globe. Not the globe, the entire empire. Fascinating story. I should have some upgrade stuff. Since this is a new area, you get new resources for building more powerful weapons. So all those enemies I killed, they drop a lot of new resources. But to be honest with you, compared to these enemies here, the bosses I fought early before I even started my stream were horrible. It took me like 4 hours to beat those dudes. This area I went to is a piece of cake compared to those guys.
Don't forget. What do you want to upgrade? Which blood veil do you want to upgrade? Make sure you get back safe.
I still don't have it? What the hell? Thought I did.
Don't forget. Which weapon do you want to transform?
Okay, I guess I'm missing one. But from yesterday to now, the last time I was streaming, I unlocked like 4 new areas. This game is long as hell. Hopefully I'll be able to finish this before Resident Evil 4. Originally I thought there were only going to be 10 areas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And that'll be the end of the game. But there's more than that. There's at least 3 additional locations. Like most low budget game, they only give you like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and maybe if you're lucky you get 6. And then within those 6 you have all these different map locations. That's how low budget games go. They typically give you 5 to 6 grid locations. But this game ain't low budget at all. You get a whopping 13. And I'm not even sure if it's 13. There are probably even more grid locations. I got my money's worth, I tell you that. Well, technically it's PlayStation Plus, but if you buy this game, you'll be getting your money's worth, that's for damn sure. You get like Dark Souls, and you get like anime, you get music, a good story. Story was shitty from the beginning to the halfway point. Past the halfway point, it's good. So now I gotta get this last resource and then go back to this location. Everybody's scared of this location. They're all scared of this location. Because they could all get killed easy. All the people I played with. It's like in Warframe when you're playing a sortie, or you're playing Archons. This is like a sortie or Archon. Instantaneously hard.
Don't run too far ahead. That's a big help. Bring it any time.
You have to take whatever you can use.
There you go. That wasn't hard. Just needed to fight that one enemy to get that last resource.
Don't forget. Which blood veil do you want to upgrade? Make sure you get back.
Stock up. If you want it, I got it. Go out there and give it to him.
Enemy loitering over there. You aren't too hard to work with. No harm in being prepared. Not great in tight quarters. It's hard to move around in here. The decision is yours. Bring it any time.
You see, this is why I say I prefer to play by myself. There's a lot of people who don't use their head.
Hey.
They're not intelligent like that. They just rush in and think they're gonna survive. Like, good to go. You're a genius. I'm gonna do it again though. I'm just gonna do it just to watch them get killed. They're gonna be the cannon fodder. Since they don't like to use their brains, they're going to be the cannon fodder. I'll proceed forward, but they're going to be the cannon fodder, since they don't like to use their head. This is a stealth area. This is not rush in and kill everything area.
No harm in being prepared.
Oh, wait a minute, I brought the wrong person. Yeah, he's not good for this. I need someone that could shoot. Shoot projectiles. With cooperation, nobody's here.
How do you like exploring with me?
Okay.
I sense a hostile presence in the distance. This is a bit claustrophobic. This is a bad place to fight.
I use Io's talents. Because what I've discovered in the game is that the enemy will never pay attention to you. I mean, pay attention to the AI. Because they're desperately trying to kill you first to end the session. So it doesn't give a damn that much about the AI. Perfect way to get them killed.
That's the enemy. Could be hiding nearby. Watch your footing. This place is cramped. I hope we can avoid combat here. This isn't the best place to fight. Now we can climb up from below. Do you suppose that's a radar? It's quite a mess here, isn't it? Look at that. Did you find something good? We're not far now. Nothing gets past you, huh? We have arrived where the relics gather. I'll make good use of this. Can you still regenerate?
Well, he did most of the work.
Wait a moment. That lost left a vestige behind. There is something somehow familiar about it. I would like to know what memories it contains. Would you show them to me? I know that there is a monster growing inside of me. I know. Am I strong enough to beat it? I won't run. I can't run. I have to keep fighting.
I would say this is like, I would say this is probably the most boring part of the entire game. Not the anime stuff. It's like they have a lot of these things. There's a lot. There's the anime story, then there's these stories.
This monster is too much for me. I can't fight it.
When I say they put a lot of time into this game, they put a lot of time in this game and a lot of things. Not just the anime, but these short little model stories.
Someone help me. Louis.
This game didn't even need to have any of this.
Destroy me.
But here's the best part.
I need you to do this for me.
Here's the best part. Hey Louis, or Cruz, goodbye. That's the best part. The best part in this game is that even though there's an anime story there, even though there's side stories there, and you can watch them because the girl has the ability to show you the memories of everything you've done in the game before, you could skip it. You can't do that in Dark Souls games,
Struggles with all her might as the
except
queen
when you get into a
walked
boss
to
battle
war
ring.
against herself, desperate to save
But in
others
stories,
from their thirst.
you can skip it.
I wish to lend you my support, to help be your strength. I do not want you to suffer alone, and so I would continue to attend to you, as I have attended to you in the past. After all, that is the duty with which I have been entrusted.
Like Final Fantasy X2 had like a fast forward feature where you could fast forward cutscenes from a film because it was actually a film. But nowadays you just could skip the whole thing. You could either watch the whole thing or you could skip the whole thing. That's how they make things nowadays. They don't need to fast forward anything. And then you could go rewatch the whole thing if you feel like. That's what I like about this game. If you want to watch it, it's there. If you don't care about it, then it doesn't bother you because you can always skip it. This is strange. When an ally takes fatal damage, their HP is reduced to 1 and you take the remaining damage. Okay, so when they're about to get KO'd, they don't KO'd. They keep 1% of their health. And then, but you take the damage. But if you get KO'd, then this doesn't actually work for you. It only works for them. It doesn't seem to be good. But maybe it is. Maybe it does work for you as well. Increase mind. I'll try it out. Yeah, this only works if the enemy is not going to be using elemental resistance. I mean elemental damage. Fire, ice, electricity, blood. Also, it doesn't seem to be good.
Sense a threat in the distance. Heading there now. A map of the depths. Davis said he wants one. Sorry, I was looking at something. The very air here seems to thirst for blood. When I first found you, how were people? Your presence is soon. Want to rest a bit and move on? An attendant stays close, that is all. How do you like exploring with me? Its body is covered with roots. It's quite durable.
The whole purpose of this video is to check out the entire game, to see if it's worth it all the way to the end, from beginning to middle to the end. So far the beginning is good, so far the middle is good. How they stick the landing, that's how I'm going to tell how it's good or not. The only really bad thing about the game is, I would say, those extra story sections. You have the anime story itself. They didn't need those extra sections, but like I said, those are additives. You don't have to watch them. No bugs, no glitches, no dropping frames. Multiplayer is good. Don't have to worry about taking damage from fellow players, like you're playing Rust or some nonsense like that. Toxic fandom, no, none of that. That's also good, considering that as well. That's why I say this game is about a 9.1. All those things are being factored. The only thing I lowered it down from was for those extra story things that I believe weren't necessary towards the purpose of the characters, the main characters. And of course, lock on. Like all games that are similar to the same tragic fate. Sometimes when you're in a boss battle and there are more than one boss you gotta fight at a time, the lock on is bad. So I'll move forward since nobody is joining.
Nothing is more important than preparedness.
Good to see you.
I see one of the lost up ahead. Even the walls here are dangerous. We can certainly use this. quite a view, isn't it? We will not be fooled. Be very careful around bodies. I saw through that deception. It is all in how you use it. That could have been bad. I can still recall the way my heart leaped when I first went outside. When I was looking for you, I didn't feel that strange vibration inside of me. I don't know what Did you find something good?
Hold on. Am I hallucinating? There are still revenants that can move around in this cave.
You've got sharp senses. Did you find something good? Is that? I'll be there soon. Hold it! It's wise. One of them is on watch. Stay out of sight. They are waiting for us. I'll make good use of this. There's a path up there. Can we walk up there? You have my thanks. At this height, maybe... Careful you don't fall. I saw through that deception. Did you find something? I saw through that deception. We can breathe easy for a while.
Oh, thank God. I'd like a piece of health. Had a piece of health in the dream.
We have to choose one way or the other.
Yep, this game definitely uses Dark Souls. 100% like Dark Souls.
Be careful.
That was a good fight.
Oh, was that it? Okay. The only reason why I got through this area is because that guy's probably did this area like 2 or 3 times already. You could tell when someone has played this game before. They just know where things are. He's probably 3 times stronger than I am. He or she is 3 times stronger.
I do not know what awaits us at the end. I will stand at your side until it is all over. I will fight. That much I do know. Is that lost really by itself? good use of this. Did you find something good? What is that? That elevator leads to our destination. I know you can do it. What's that doing there? There's a surprise. I've been waiting for you. Please, spin a thread of memory for me.
I skipped the whole
I
thing.
suppose many attendants must have met the same fate, struggling to be with
The stories in this game are long,
but turned to
very
ash
long.
without ever meeting them. And it could have been the same for me. If I had made one mistake, I would have been doomed as well. The attendants, they could only live in accordance with their mission. It's possible they might have been able to survive if they had only chosen another way. I've been waiting. This thing is huge.
Nice to see you.
I cannot understand. The actions you've chosen to take, they can bring nothing but further disaster to this land. I cannot allow that mistake to repeat itself a second time. Stand by their side and attend to them. That is enough. It is the duty with which we have all been entrusted.
Oh shit, they're not even human. Or even vampires.
If you take one false step, it will lead to that same result.
They're like clones of...
Let us be off.
They're like all clones of the same person. There's many of her.
Duty to fulfill.
There are many of her. It's just not one of her.
This is new.
So either there are so many that are like her, that look exactly like her, or those were after images of her past self. That she repeated multiple times, different versions. I don't know.
How do you like exploring?
I wasn't assuming that there were going to be duplicates of herself.
We go together. This is the core of the crypt.
So, as usual, I'm gonna wait for multiplayer. Probably about, not really, I won't wait. But they could pop up at any time if they want to.
There's a lake of blood below. Watch your step.
Good to be with you.
Watch.
No. Silva has lost control of the relic.
What's wrong?
Silva is pulling in the relics. To let the world end here. I swear, I will stop this! don't have a lot of time. Hey, kid, can you handle this?
The relics that Silva once held. The powers that you have inherited from them are now, by your will, bound to your flesh, and Vayne sleeps again, for what might be called forever. Thirst creates dread. Revenants desperately fight ever larger numbers of the lost, for what few blood beads they can find. But for now, please, rest peacefully. Until the time of your awakening comes once again. Don't worry. I will always be with you.
Well, that was the end of the game. That was the finale. And that guy was called the Skull King. Looks more like a hound or something. But he was supposed to be called the Skull King. Then his deformed version is called... What's the deformed version called? Look this up. The deformed version is the Virgin Reborn, the Virgin Born. The final boss in the Virgin Born can be found in the goal of stagnant blood. Okay. Well, the word virgin was just a description for how people used to describe statues. It's a hideous form of a virgin, so those busts from old-timey days. That's just a word used to describe it, but it's whatever. Let me see. Is there a New Game Plus? If I press continue, would it... Would it take me back to the last place I was before I fight the last boss? Or when I press new, Oh, it does. Okay.
Let's be off then.
So I could fight the boss over and over again? Is that what it's telling me? Let me see. No, apparently I can't. Which means this is not a boss fight.
Watch it.
Oh, wait a minute. Actually, it is. Interesting. Okay, so the best solution is to fight him underneath him.
I was waiting for you.
Fight underneath him. I'm not interested in fighting him by myself, or fighting him at all, to be honest with you. I just want to see if this game is worth it. It's worth the buy, if it's something that's that people should play, or they should be interested in. And see how difficult, but knowing myself, I'm going to try to fight him a couple of times. I'm not going to do it though. I know what happened the last time I tried to be stubborn. Was here for like 4 hours trying to beat the Cannoneer and the Blade Bearer. Once or twice. If it kills me 2 times, that's fine. But how do you avoid that? Oh, you stay by the feet? How do you avoid that? That looks like an AoE error, so you might have to run away and then run back to him. When he does that, you might have to run away and then run back to him. No. No. I have to pay attention to my own logic, because I know I'm going to be stubborn. And I know I'm going to want to keep fighting him over and over. That's not the purpose of this entire video. I wanted to play Code Vein all the way from beginning to end, and to make sure to see if the game is worth it. And it is. It is worth it. Not so much the last, the Virgin Born, that last monster in the corner over there. Not so much him, but the wolf-looking guy. Before he transformed into that was a pretty interesting fight. If I was to solo that, I'm pretty sure that's going to be tough, fighting him in solo. And all the enemies in this game, majority of the bosses in this game were fun, and they were different. Majority of them were different. I would say about 5 of them were like meh-ish, and the others were all different. They all look different, they all behave different, they all fight different. And about 5 of them looked like they were just repetitive from something before. So I think I'll just call it a day on this. I wanted to finish Code Geass before, I mean not Code Geass, Code Vein before March the 24th, 2023. And I did. I did it within 4 days. 4 days I decided to dedicate myself to beat it, and I did it just to see what it's all about, and it's good. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13. There are 15 locations in this game, 15 grid locations, and within each 15 grid locations there are a minimum of 3 to 4 map locations per each. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and this one has just 3 threats, and then this one has 8, this one has 3, this one has 5, this one has 3, this also has 3, this one has 2, this one has 3, and this has 2, and this probably has 3 as well. If it says 60% complete, that's probably a section I'm missing a section here, missing a section here, and here. So the bare minimum are typically 3 to 4 locations. So if something says it's 2, it says 100, that means it's complete. And here it's just 1. So there are 15 grid locations, and inside each grid there's a design map. So this is just one huge map, and this is also one huge map with another grid location, like a spawn location or a tile set. So there's 2 tile sets for this map, and there's 3 for here, so on, 2 for here, 3 for here, so on and so forth, 3 for here. So there are 15 in totals, not including the home base. 15 locations. So for the time it took me to try to finish and beat this, I am not including how many times I died multiple times. I would say this game's anywhere from 10 to 12 hours if you speed run it. If you speed run it, it'll be 10 to 12 hours if you speed run it. If someone gets it under 10 to 12 hours, that simply means that that person has made his character or characters extremely strong, because you can't just run and kill every enemy in the area and get to the end unless you're running past every enemy in the area and getting towards the end. So if you're just killing enemies and moving forward, you could be getting anywhere from 8 to 12 hours at this. But if you're just running past everything, you get towards the end of the game within I'll say about 4 or 5 hours, because as well as skipping cutscenes. So this is a long game. Standard play took me to try to beat the whole thing, including skipping cutscenes, I would say within 4 days. I would say 32 hours. If I'm calculating, no, not even. 28. If I'm calculating the amount of times I sat here and tried to beat the game from beginning to end, it took me more than 24 hours completely to finish the entire game, if I'm counting by the hours. Now if I split those hours up into days, you would get a good 4 days, 4 or 5 days to beat the entire game. If you sit down for about, I would say about anywhere from 6 to 8 hours every day for 4 days, you will get towards the end. If you're playing normally, if you're speed running and running past enemies, you could get by much faster. I said this is about anywhere from 15 to 28 hour game, long game, standard, as a standard, or 12 to 28. It falls between that category, from 12 hours to 28 hours. That's the ratio, 12 to 28. So yeah, it's long. It's not like a 4-hour game and then it's over, or a 6-hour game and then it's over. It's very long, and it's worth its price if it's not beyond $40. So I wrote within the description of this videos. Is it worth a play or not? Definitely worth a play. So now I'm gonna go check out New Game Plus and see what that's all about, if there is one. Says here total time was 56 hours and 53:08. So this is also including the amount of times I've died. So a grand total of 56 hours, including the time I died and the time I was looking around exploring. So if you shave off the amount of times I died and you shave off exploration, cut that 56 hours down, it will be within that 24 hour marker. So I was right, you know, anywhere from about 20 to 28 hours if you cut off the cutscenes and skip by certain things.
I'll be with you.
Now, someone said this game has a New Game Plus. I find that hard to believe, especially since I just watched it from beginning to the end. Unless you could respect, which is something interesting if it does have it. So my score for the game is, as I said before, it's 9.1. It did good. It didn't disappoint. I got my money's worth. Not exactly like Bloodborne, but it was worth it.
Shall we move on?
Okay, it says here, Code Vein features a New Game Plus mode, wherein you can replay the story with the stats you've achieved from the previous playthrough, with more difficulty, if you choose. Well, how do I New Game Plus it?
Fates are linked.
How the hell do I New Game Plus it then? If I already beat this dude, how do I New Game Plus it?
I'll make good use of this.
I'm not interested in fighting him again. I just want to figure out how to New Game Plus it. Maybe I do have to fight him again.
Good morning.
Okay, so I end it here. He can be defeated with a group of friends, or even by yourself if you know how to do the dodge. I'll have to figure out how to New Game Plus it on my own time. But apparently it says does Code Geass have a New Game Plus mode? I'm trying to figure out how the New Game Plus works, because if I beat him already, I should have reawakened. So let's see. Let's start it new, and let's see what happens.
Good morning. Hey, can you hear me? Think back. Search your memory for an image of yourself. Yeah, that's what you look like. Now, we can finally meet.
This doesn't look like New Game Plus, it just looks like the new game. And I don't have on my stats, this is a New Game Plus. I'll probably have to figure that out on my own time. I'm It's very strange. I wonder if New Game Plus has to do
I'll
with.
do my best to help out.
Let's see what happens. I'll try to play it with someone else again.
I will keep watch.
Alright, so I'll just figure it out on my own time. Yeah, but this has been fun. This has been fun. Yeah, totally worth it. Totally worth it. Glad I played it. And if I figure out how the New Game Plus works, definitely gonna go back to this sometime in the summer of 2023. Because apparently there are other chapters as well, DLC chapters. There are at least 4 or 5 DLC chapters that I don't know about that they released for this game. So there's 4 or 5 different tile sets added towards the already 15 tile sets. So that's a total of 20. Yeah, this is real good. And I've always told people, like, well, it's not like 15 doesn't sound like a lot, but it's like 4 maps per each one. So it's like 4 large areas that you have to explore in a city type environment, a town type environment. So it's not like you're playing one area the entire game. You play in 15 different places throughout the entire game in 4 different areas. You know, it's like you play in a park in one area, then you play in I guess you could say a junkyard in the next, and then in another area you got to fight enemies within a construction area, and then another area you have to fight enemies that's within a castle or something, and they're all part of just one of the tile sets or just one of the grid maps. So once you finish that area, you know, you have to move on to another area that's located with another vicinity of, you know, this capital, or this not the capital, but this empire. Because apparently the blood code, the red blood mist that's covering the entire land, is specifically designed to keep monsters from entering. So this whole land is covered from top floors to the underground tunnels and stuff, surrounded by it, designed specifically to keep the nasties from getting in. Here I'm thinking that vampires and stuff and monsters are actually in this capital, in this empire. The truth is, the real bad guys are out there, and the red mist just altered people's DNA and turned them into like ravenous vampires and stuff. So yeah, whatever is going on, I mean, I'm pretty sure there are going to be more lures towards what that is, and found within DLCs, and I might get those sometime in the summer, and I go back to this in the summer. But for right now, I said Kovanes. Kovanes are very good. It's very good. Its customization is like a masterpiece. Its customization is a masterpiece. The levels are set very well. The bosses are very hard. It even has a story that you could follow if you choose to follow it. It's also animated, and then there's separate side stories. Then there's stuff that you can play piano, you could listen to music, you could chill inside of a tub, you could upgrade weapons, you could transform. You know, the whole damn thing is good. You know, it's not like completely complex and ridiculously complicated, because it doesn't need to be. But it feels like a completed game, like someone made a game and they made it everything that they wanted to have in it and what they wanted to feature in it based on the time they had to start the game. I mean, the time they had to begin production of this game to the time the game was released. Everything felt like it was well delivered. So yeah, this is was worth it. Definitely worth it.